Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. We are on day 8 of the trial. I'm sorry I didn't come back yesterday. I felt like I had a headache and I just felt terrible. So I stayed off here and rested so that I could come on here and talk shit with y'all. So let's get this party started. I will see you guys on the break.
Please be seated and come to order.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let me get myself set up here. And while I'm doing that, would you please bring out Ms. Simon? All right. So one more plug in and I will be ready to go. All right. And with that, we're on the record for SPCR 22-0336-J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, Greg Hilliard and Robert Hurst. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Livens as well. So in getting started this morning, is there anything that we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
Only the issue of scheduling, Your Honor. I'm not sure whether we talked about how things have shaken out for today yet. We have two analysts from Quantico who are going to testify this morning. I don't think it'll take all that long. And then our next doctor witness is not going to be here till 1 o'clock. So unfortunately, what we're going to have to ask to do is take these witnesses and then potentially have like a pretty early and fairly long lunch break. That's just kind of how. I think we've been pretty good with getting witnesses in, not having to do a whole lot of this.
I know you've been great at that, and I've said from the beginning, you know, the trial is going to run as the trial runs, and so that means we go with the flow. So, Mr. Hilliard, anything on that from the defense?
No, Judge. Mr. Dean told me that, and I understand how he was scheduling with Dr. Dare. So, hold on, I do have to do one thing first, Judge. Let me put on my microphone and let me turn it on. And can you hear me? Okay, good.
All right, very good.
Mr. Dean told me that, and I understand. And I've had to deal with Dr. Darisaw in the past, so I know getting her schedule because she testifies often is hard. So I'm fine with doing these two witnesses, breaking, and doing Dr. Darisaw. That's fine with us.
Okay, let's move on then with the two witnesses that the state has. I'm going to ask you to bring in the jury.
George Henry. Clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Smith. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please have a seat. Good morning. So we're going to launch right into testimony this morning. We are probably going to have an earlier than usual lunch and probably a little bit longer period of time, but that's just a matter of witness scheduling, and that happens often in a trial. So just to give you that heads up. But now the question, have you all been able to comply with the court's instructions? Have you avoided conversations and discussions about this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have any of you been exposed to TV stories, internet stories, any media in any shape or form? Okay, thank you very much. The state may call its next witness.
Sherry Fentress.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial position should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning. Mr. Dean.
Morning.
Good morning.
You're here because you conducted some DNA analysis in this case, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Sherry Fentress. The first name is spelled Sherri. Last name is spelled Fentress.
What is your profession and where do you work?
I'm a biologist forensic examiner for the FBI Laboratory DNA Casework Unit in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you worked there doing that type of work?
I've worked there for about 14 years.
What does your work consist of there? What kind of matters do you work on?
As a biologist forensic examiner, I perform primarily work on missing persons and unidentified remains cases, in addition to some other criminal casework. As an examiner, I will receive case information and determine what pieces of evidence need to be tested based on that information. I'll determine what the best course of testing is for those items. And then I am the one who will coordinate the movement of the evidence through the laboratory, directing the work of biologists along the way and making key decisions at certain points in the testing.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your education, training, and experience that allows you to perform this type of work, okay? Can you tell us a little bit about your education first?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science in Animal Science with a concentration in agriculture biotechnology and minors in biology and chemistry from the University of Delaware. And then I went on to receive my Master of Science in Criminal Justice, specializing in forensic science from Michigan State University.
What about training?
In order to be an examiner, I go through a training that's about 2.5 years. It consists of practical laboratory exercises and oral boards, as well as moot courts, in order to make sure that not only do I understand the fundamentals behind what I'm testing, but also that I can express it in a clear manner for you in court.
And experience?
My experience, in addition to working for the FBI laboratory, spans about 10 years prior to that. I worked for the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory as a graduate intern. I worked for a private laboratory also, and then for the 5.5 years prior to working for the FBI laboratory, I worked for the state of Delaware.
Have you testified as an expert witness on matters concerning DNA in courts before?
Yes, I have. I've testified in both federal and state courts.
And have you been admitted as an expert in each of those instances?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Dr. Fentress as an expert in the area of DNA analysis, forensic biology. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, she is so entered.
Okay, and Your Honor, just to clarify, it's not Dr. Fentress. I have a master's, but not a PhD.
Pardon me, thank you for the correction. I just figured with all of that.
Thank you.
Okay. Were you asked to conduct something called a kinship analysis or kinship comparison in this case that we're here for today?
Yes, and a kinship analysis is just an evaluation of relatedness between individuals.
And what did you receive to conduct the kinship analysis in this case?
In this case, I received a number of bone and tissue specimens. We would term those questioned items because we do not know where they came from or the individual that they came from. And I received reference samples from 3 individuals, Billy Joel Howell, Henry Moss Jr., and Leilani Simon, to compare to these unidentified remains.
And what is it that you're trying to figure out in a kinship analysis? As simply as you can put it.
In a kinship analysis, I'm just testing to see whether the relationship that's proposed could be supported by the comparison of the profiles that I obtain from the evidence. So in this case, I want to see if the unidentified remains could be the child of Leilani Simon and Henry Moss Jr.
And how do you go about conducting a kinship analysis? What do you do?
So in order to conduct that, we first need to test the items to recover DNA from them. And that involves a sequence of steps in the laboratory. We first take a small cutting or sampling from each of the items. We then will isolate the DNA. And then in the next step, we determine about how much DNA we were able to recover in that first step. And based on that, we can optimize the remaining steps where we do amplification, which is where you make billions of copies of targeted regions of the DNA. And then the final step where we determine exactly what is the profile at each of those locations. And just to clarify a little further, for the DNA casework unit, we look at 21 different locations that are expected to be different between individuals with the exception of identical twins, in addition to 3 locations that will provide information as to whether the individual who provided the DNA is male or female.
Now, was the technique you used in this case, is that something that can be tested?
Yes, it's something that can be tested for validity, yes.
And has it been subject to peer review and publication?
Yes, it has.
Are there standards controlling the technique?
Yes, there are standards called the quality assurance standards that are issued by the FBI that define everything from what personnel qualifications are required down to handling the evidence and what types of laboratory procedures should be performed for each type of evidence.
And has it attracted widespread acceptance within the relevant scientific community?
Yes, it has.
Okay. When you conduct a kinship comparison or kinship analysis, how do you phrase your ultimate results or conclusions? What does it sound like?
So when I conduct that kinship comparison, like I said, I'm comparing the profiles against each other. So what I would say is that based on the comparison of the DNA profiles, the results are however many times more likely if the individuals are related as stated than if they are not related.
And I'd like to draw your attention specifically to 2 items that you tested in this case. Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 79?
Yes, I did.
And how many pages is that document?
It's 2 pages.
Now, these are bones that had already been examined by the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christensen, before they came to you, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from her that she'd already identified these bones as human bones. What are the images that you're looking at? What are those from, and what do they show?
The images that I'm looking at are 2 of the bones that I tested. I can tell that they are, am I allowed to hold up the?
Well, let me get into
Okay.
it into evidence first.
I can tell that they are bones that I tested because they are the laboratory number, 2022-02600, the item numbers 29-1 and 30-1. And I recognize these pictures from my case notes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict these bones as they appear to you in the lab when you're working with them?
Yes, that is correct.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 79.
No objection, John.
Sometimes admitted without objection.
Now, can you, I don't want to put this on the screen, but can you hold that up and walk the jury through what it is that that you're looking at there?
processing. And then on the next page, this is a little harder to see, but it's item 30-1, and it is a small bone right there in the center. Because of the size of the bone, we had to use the entire bone for this sample. So there's no specific cut area that you will see.
There's not an additional photo showing like a piece of it cut off because you had to use the whole thing.
That's correct.
You were able to take these two bones and develop a DNA profile of the person from whom they originated.
That is correct, yes.
And you were able to compare that to DNA samples from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. and from the defendant, Leilani Simon.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were able to come up with a conclusion as to how likely it is, or the likelihood ratio of whether the person from whom these bones came is those two people's child, right?
Yes, I was able to develop a likelihood ratio explaining how much support there is for the relationship, yes.
And what was your conclusion in that regard?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report to state the conclusion?
Yes, you may.
Starting with the item 29-1 bone, based on the STR typing results and the comparison of item 29-1 to Moss Jr. and L. Simon, the combined kinship index is approximately 4.1 quintillion. Therefore, the DNA profile obtained from item 29-1 is approximately 4.1 quintillion times more likely if item 29-1 is from the son of Moss Jr. and L. Simon than if item 29-1 is from someone unrelated to these individuals. And these results provide strong evidence that item 29-1 originated from Quentin Simon.
As to the next bone in Exhibit 79?
And for this one, based on the STR typing results, the DNA profile obtained from item 30-1 is approximately 12 quintillion times more likely if item 30-1 is from the son of Moss Jr. and L. Simon than if item 30-1 is from someone unrelated to these individuals. And these results also provide strong evidence that item 30-1 originated from Quentin Simon.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross?
I do, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Finch. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Okay, I don't get people like you on cross-examination very often, so I'm going to have a bunch of questions for you that I don't get to ask, okay? So let's start. Kinship analysis is, are you looking at alleles or genes or DNA? I mean, I don't understand the difference between the two.
Sure. So alleles, genes, and DNA are all related to DNA. When I say that I'm looking at different locations and I'm looking at the profile at those different locations, that would be where I'm referring to alleles. So to take a quick step back, when we look at the nuclear DNA, we're looking at what are called short tandem repeats. And those are short patterns of DNA that are repeated back to back to back. And that number of repeats may differ between individuals at any given location. And it can also differ between locations within an individual. So as I mentioned, we look at 21 of those different locations. What I had yet to say is that we receive half of our DNA from our mom and half from our dad. So at each of those locations, you would expect to see no more than 2 of those numbers. So for example, if at one location I'm a 15-17, it means that I received a 15 from one parent and a 17 from the other. So you're going to expect to see 1 or 2 numbers at each of those locations. Now, when I do my comparisons, where I'm looking at that unidentified profile compared to the potential parents' profiles, what I'm looking for is that pattern. Do I see 1 number from each parent at each of the locations in that questioned or unknown item? And if I see support for that, then I will go on and perform that kinship calculation for the statistic that I mentioned, that 4.1 quintillion or that 12 quintillion.
And the reason why I ask that is this is kind of me nerding out a little bit, but when you're doing the DNA, I mean, DNA is an amazing structure, is it not? Okay. But basically what you're doing is looking at, and how many, let's just say on a random piece of DNA from any person, how many different, I guess you would call it, locations are there on that strand of DNA?
So there's a large number of different locations on that strand of DNA. And actually, to clarify further, most of our DNA is actually going to be the same. That's what makes us human. It's a very small percentage. It's less than 1% that will differ between individuals. Again, that's with the exception of identical twins. So we, in our laboratory, target 21 of those locations.
How many locations are there?
I can't remember off the top of my head exactly how many locations
Thousands,
there are.
millions?
Thousands. I don't remember exactly how many.
All right. So, but you target these 21 particular locations and these other 3 locations. So you narrow your analysis down to basically 24 separate locations, right?
This is correct, yes.
And I'm curious because, again, like I said, this is kind of a weird thing to me. The bones you tested, one was 4 quintillion times more likely to be related, and the same bone tested differently was 12 quintillion times more likely to be related. What accounts for that statistical discrepancy?
So those were 2 different bones that were tested. When we obtain a DNA profile, I would say a common misconception is that if you obtain a DNA profile, you just got DNA and that's all that matters. But really that profile can range anywhere from one of those locations all the way up to the entire profile that we're targeting. The fewer locations you have, the lower that number is going to be when you have a calculation. So for the first bone, I was able to get 20 of the 21 locations for a comparison for that kinship statistic. And for the second bone, I was able to get all 21 of the locations. So that's where you get the slight difference in the numbers.
I was just curious. And I'm fascinated too by the actual manner and method of testing. So obviously you would take the bone and I guess what would you do with the bone once you get it?
So once we get it, we want to make sure that the bone is clean on the outside. So we do some washing of the bone. We will then sand the area that we're using, that we're going to cut with what's a Dremel tool, if any of you are familiar with that. And then we will take a cutting, again, with the Dremel tool of that small section that we're going to be testing. We then use something called a freezer mill that freezes the bone, and then it uses a magnet to crush it into a fine powder. And then that powder is what we will then apply the chemicals to in order to isolate the DNA.
And then when you take the DNA and you test that, how do you get your statistical analysis from the testing of the DNA after that?
So once we test the DNA and I've obtained that profile, again, I'll do that visual comparison first. If in that visual comparison, I didn't see evidence of a parental-child relationship, I would say that was an exclusion, meaning those remains could not have come from a child of the 2 individuals. Because I saw that pattern, I then took those profiles and I uploaded them into a kinship calculation software. And what that software does is it analyzes the proposed relationship, and based on the population frequencies, or how often do you see these different profiles in the population, it provides that statistic for how likely those profiles are if the individuals are related as stated.
And by profiles, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my understanding is it'll like show these different genes or genetic markers. How does it display that? Is it like letters, numbers? How does it identify?
So that profile in our case notes will be in the form of a table. So in that table, each of the locations is listed. And for each of the locations where a profile was able to be obtained, you'll see the numbers. So for example, the first location, D3, you might see that 1517. At another location, maybe FGA is another location, it may say 22, meaning 22 was received from mom and 22 was received from dad. So again, you'll have that table with each location, and next to it, the set of numbers associated with that location, and that comprises the profile for the individual.
And just out of curiosity, you said that when we were going through your bona fides to do this, how old are you again? I'm not trying to pry, but I was just curious. How old are you?
I'm 45.
Okay. And you got your Bachelor of Science from University of Delaware, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got your Master's of Science in Criminal Justice. I didn't write that down, so I don't remember. Which university was that?
That was from Michigan State University.
How long does a Master's normally take?
I would say 2 to 3 years.
Okay. So, and I assume the Bachelor's was a normal 4-year degree.
That's correct, yes.
And then 2 to 3 years for your Master's, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then on top of that, you went to extra training at the FBI from about 2.5 years, I think is what you said, 2 to 2.5 years.
Yes, as an examiner, yes.
Okay. And part of that is they trained you how to present this testimony and evidence in court to be explained to normal people like me, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And of course, how to do the job itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been an examiner at the FBI?
I've been an examiner at the FBI for 10 years now. Prior to that, I was a biologist.
And how long were you a biologist?
I was a biologist for about 4 years. And to remind you of the difference, biologist does the laboratory processing, and an examiner will coordinate that processing.
And as an examiner, you basically, what you just described is you take the bones, you test the bones, and you translate that into, I guess, the results that you testified to here today, correct?
So as an examiner, I would assign the testing strategy for the bones. I would coordinate the testing. If there's any questions, the biologist will come to me. If there's any questions about how to proceed, there are several steps along the way where I have to make the decision as to how to proceed. And then once data is produced, I analyze that data, I generate the report with the conclusions, and then I'm the one who is able to testify to those conclusions.
Ms. Fenstress, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it, and it's been so informative to me, okay? Thank you.
And may this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State me call its next witness. You certainly may.
Cynthia Morris Kukowski.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name's Dr. Cynthia Lynn Morris Kukowski. That's Cynthia. Last name is Morris-Kukoski.
And you're here today because you conducted some forensic toxicology analysis in this case.
Yes, I did.
Where do you work?
I work at the FBI laboratory in the chemistry unit.
And what's your official title or position?
I'm a forensic examiner toxicologist for the chemistry unit.
And how long have you been in that position at the FBI lab?
I've been in that position for over 20 years.
And what sort of things do you do there?
As a toxicologist, we work on biological evidence, things as blood, urine, vitreous, vomit, tissues, and sometimes foods and other stains.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your education, training, and experience, okay?
Okay.
Let's start with education. Can you tell us about what education you have that puts you in a position to do the work you do?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Pharmacy from the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy. I have a Doctor of Pharmacy from the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy, a clinical residency in clinical toxicology from Hennepin Regional Poison Center.
And what about training?
At the FBI laboratory, we undertook a 2-year extensive forensic examiner training. It breaks down into both written didactic tests in various subjects, as well as competency tests on various items of evidence in various exams, as well as moot courts.
And in terms of experience, you said you've been working there for how long?
Over 20 years.
Could you give any kind of a ballpark whatsoever about how many cases you've done forensic toxicology casework in?
A gazillion. I couldn't even begin to.
How many zeros is that?
Yes, that's an over exaggeration, but
A lot.
yeah, a lot.
Have you testified as an expert witness in court before?
Yes, I have. I've testified in various military tribunals, as well as grand juries, state and federal cases.
And in those instances, have you been accepted by the court as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Morris Kukowski as an expert in the area of forensic toxicology.
No objection, Your Honor.
The witness is qualified.
I want to ask you some questions about your work in this case, okay? Did you perform some analysis in this case, the Quentin Simon case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. At some point, did your lab receive from the agents in Savannah here a pillow and a pillowcase?
Yes, we did.
And were you asked to look at that to see whether it was suitable for forensic toxicology analysis?
Yes, I was asked to look at it.
And can you tell me what the results of your review of the pillowcase was?
After visually looking at the pillow inside the pillowcase, I deemed it unsuitable for toxicology analysis, meaning either the debris or stain that was on there was too small and just couldn't be analyzed.
Is it the case that you need, if you're trying to do forensic toxicology on stain of some sort, that you need a certain amount to be able to get off the ground in the process?
Yes, I've analyzed various stains over the years, be it urine stains from someone peeing their pants, vomit stains from being over an item after someone's had too much to drink, as well as blood stains that may or may not contain sweat stains. And basically doing this over 20 years and putting samples, putting some solution on various types of clothing or other household items, we look at the amount of volume that it takes for the particular procedure. And then by putting that on objects, I've pretty much gotten to the point where I can tell you that for most items, I need to cut a 2-inch by 2-inch square piece of material with a stain on it.
And your assessment was there just wasn't enough on this pillow or pillowcase for you to do that?
Correct, there was not enough.
Did you also receive something that appeared to you to be brain tissue?
Yes.
How did you know it was brain tissue?
I went down to talk with the forensic anthropologist after I worked with my chemist to check in the clothing and articles from the house, and had asked her what she received in the case. And she had said that she found and had some debris that I might be interested in that was found within the frontal bone. And I've worked with brain specimens over 20 years, as well as other tissues and organs. And it actually has a very unique smell that you cannot miss.
Now, the forensic anthropologist that you were talking to about this, who was that?
That was Dr. Christensen.
Okay. I'd like to approach with what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 78 and identified as some images from Dr. Christensen's bench notes. And I'd like to see whether you could indicate to the jury here on the third page of State's Exhibit 78 what this this bit of brain tissue that you're describing, what it looks like in this picture, where it is in this picture? Can you tell us?
It's this mass right here. And this was received, Dr. Christensen did a hand-to-hand transfer. This was inside a Ziploc bag, which was inside a paper bag. And then I took it up, put it in the refrigerator for secure storage overnight, had my chemist check it in the next day, and physically put eyes on all of the layers that were there with the tissue.
Now, just for the record, you've indicated towards the dark mass in the top center of page 3 of that exhibit.
Correct.
Now, did you conduct a drug screen on that piece of brain tissue to see whether you could detect the presence of cocaine or any metabolites of cocaine?
Yes, I did.
What is a metabolite of cocaine?
Metabolite is a substance that forms when the body is breaking down a particular drug. In this case, when cocaine is broken down by the body, it forms two metabolites. Ethylene, if you were using or taking cocaine in conjunction with ethanol or alcohol, and another metabolite, ethylene methyl ester. There is a third metabolite called benzoyl-ethgonine, but benzoyl-ethgonine doesn't require the liver. If I put cocaine in a glass of water, I could actually form benzoyl-ethgonine.
You understand I'm going to have to give the court reporter the spellings of all these things later?
Yes, sir.
I'll take care of it. Okay. You are really smart. So I'd like to just ask you to explain sort of as simply as you can what the process was for conducting that drug screen on the brain tissue for cocaine and cocaine metabolites. What did you do?
First, you actually have, you take the specimen itself, you take a portion of that, you weigh it and you mix it 1-to-1 with deionized water and homogenate it, meaning you're going to grind it up and mix it together. You then have to weigh a small portion of that, which is 1 gram, and put that into a test tube. After you have that specimen ready, you're also going to take a negative control brain as well as 2 other samples of negative control brain that I'm going to spike at various levels that I actually record and know what they are. After I do that, I add a solution to all of the samples. That's called an internal standard. That's there that has drugs with the similar properties of the drugs I'm looking for, but not the drugs themselves. And I do that to make sure that each specimen actually properly extracts for the procedure. If not, and if it doesn't come through, there's something wrong with that particular sample. All of those samples are analyzed using the alkaline drug screen, which uses solid phase extraction, which is a cleanup method that is used to do away with the debris and the biological material and fats and things that we're not interested in. And it concentrates in these individual one-use cartridges, has a filter in there, and it's filtering out all the stuff we don't want, all that debris. And then we can concentrate with a solution all the stuff we do want, dry it down, put that in a vial, and put that on an instrument called a liquid chromatography tandem mass spectrometer.
Now, this technique that you described evidently as simply as you can. Is it a technique that can be tested?
Yes, solid phase extraction technique has been used for over 20 years. This procedure has been used at the FBI laboratory since 2006. These cartridges have been manufactured since 2005, has been used widely in the forensic toxicology community as well as in forensics itself. And the instrument is used not only in toxicology in our lab, but other divisions and also outside the laboratory.
All right, so after all that, what was the result or conclusion you reached as to whether this brain tissue contained any cocaine or cocaine metabolites?
I did not detect any.
So negative?
Not detected.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Kukowski, right?
Morris Kukowski.
Morris Kukowski. Okay. I'm going to jump back a little bit. Forensic toxicology analysis. Do you only test for what you're asked to test for, or do you test for any type of toxicology?
Depends on the request.
Okay. And let's talk about this particular request. Okay. Were you asked to test for any metabolites of controlled substances or specifically cocaine?
No, I was actually specifically asked to look for cocaine and cocaine metabolites, methamphetamine and its metabolite, fentanyl and fentanyl metabolite, as well as oxycodone and oxycodone metabolite.
Okay. And Mr. Dean said that he asked about the cocaine. You said it wasn't detected, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That seems different than not being present to me. I assume you use your words properly. So you said you didn't detect any cocaine.
Correct. According to our lab policy, we either detect something or not. It's considered either not detected, detective, inconclusive, or identified. That's
Okay.
just our terminology.
And did you have anything that was detected
In the brain tissue?
in the brain tissue?
No.
Okay. And so did you test for fentanyl?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Methamphetamine?
Yes.
Okay. Percocets?
Oxycodone.
Oxycodone? I guess oxycodone is another name for Percocet, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You corrected me, so.
Oh, sorry. Percocet actually is a combination medicine of oxycodone and acetaminophen. In this, I was not looking for the acetaminophen part, just the oxycodone.
So, and you said that, and I'm curious. So when you take the tissue, I didn't understand anything of what you just said. So,
Okay.
so let's assume you're talking to somebody who has a much smaller brain than you. What exactly does the testing usually include?
The testing includes you analyzing the sample with a negative control that has no known drug in it,
Okay.
the sample itself, and various positive controls.
Okay. All right. And with regards to, you'll tag us to the biological tissue, you'll take it and you will
Process it.
process it. What's involved in processing it?
That's that solid phase extraction where you're removing and filtering out all the stuff you're not interested in, and then concentrating the stuff that's left in that cartridge filter to put on the instrument.
Okay. And how big of a sample are we talking when you do this?
It's a 1 gram, 1-to-1 homogenate. So 1 gram containing of 50-50 water and tissue sample.
Okay. So when you say 1 gram, I assume the total weight's 1 gram.
Correct.
Okay. So it's like half water and half tissue.
Correct.
Okay. I just don't understand. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm not misstating it. Okay. And then I guess you'll put that in that big long word thing you were talking about, the mass.
The instrument, yes.
The instrument, let's call it that. Okay.
Yes.
And then what does that do? Does that use some sort of, is it light, gas? I mean, I don't know how that works. So how does the instrument actually work at detecting things?
Okay. The instrument has pumps with fluid. The fluid then gets mixed and put through a column. The column then separates things out based on the chemical properties, and then goes to an instrument called a mass spectrometer that will actually tell you the mass of what drug you're looking for, and then we'll fragment it and look at the chemical fingerprint of that particular compound.
Okay. And when you say the mass, I guess is it some sort of light deal or some sort of chemical atomic weight deal? I mean, I don't
Yes,
understand.
it's the chemical formula. So you could take the formula of cocaine and add a hydrogen. It will give you the mass of cocaine.
All right. So I guess it's looking for that particular chemical property.
It's looking, yes, for that exact mass and the exact retention time. So as I said, things come out in a column and get detected in order. And each one has their own time that they come out with their own molecular weight and their own fragmentation.
Okay. And that being said, you said that there were certain standards, and I don't understand the standards, so I'm just asking, to either be classified as detected, not detected, or inconclusive.
Or identified, correct.
Or identified.
Yes.
So, and what are those standards? Because I didn't hear that. So, what are those standards and how do they relate to this?
Okay, not detected means you analyze the specimen as you saw fit. You added the internal standard, which is that solution with very similar properties that was detected in your sample. And you did not see the compound of interest. That's not detected.
Okay. And detected,
Detected means you tested it once and you may have seen something, but for some reason you either didn't have enough specimen or something happened that you couldn't repeat the test. Inconclusive means that you tested it, and when you tested that particular chemical and added that internal standard that has similar properties, if that particular compound did not come through and you could not see it, that's considered inconclusive, because if you can't see something that's very similar in your analysis, you can't say that you potentially saw or did not see what you were looking for.
and just to draw conclusions from this. So in this particular case, having the sample that you tested, all you got the result, and I assume it was not a very much because I'll look at the picture if you have it.
Do you have a picture that Mr. Dean showed you? I didn't see. If you would show me the, I guess this was the item. Was that the item or was this the item that you showed me?
That
Okay. And so that was the item. It's States Exhibit 78, item number 3 on 7.
Thank you.
So that was the piece that you tested, and
a portion of it.
that portion of it at least. And with regards to that, I think that's all the questions I have, because I think you've explained everything to me so that I understand it, but I'm trying to make sure. You weren't able to test the pillow or pillowcase, correct? You were able to get enough testing material for this, correct?
For what, sorry?
For the item 78 that I just showed you,
The
brain tissue?
That's item 29?
It's, I don't know what your item number would be, but.
Oh.
Yes, I think. Yes, item 29.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you given any other samples to test, or were those the only samples you were given?
No, I was also given a pink washcloth, a shirt, the pillow that we talked about, pants, and a towel.
Okay. Did you perform any testing on those or no?
The pink washcloth was considered unsuitable for analysis. The towel was considered unsuitable for analysis. And I did test stains from the shirt and the pants.
And I'm just curious, when you said not detected, it means it just wasn't detected in that sample, correct?
Correct, in that tested portion.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Just a moment, Doctor. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so that is the last witness that will be called for now. Correct? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 till 11. So this is going to be an early break. We're going to begin and resume at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to ask that you be back at 12:50. All right. Again, do not discuss the case. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't watch any news. Don't do any research. You know the drill by now. All right. Have a good break.
Jurors exiting.
clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Smith. All right. Anything we need to deal with now? I don't think so either. All right. See you around 1 o'clock, ready to go. We're in recess.
They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. I need you again, so stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel the same. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love. goes. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away right now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. So stick around. So stick around. So stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel me. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh. I need you again. So stick around. So stick around. So stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. always been a broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away right now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. With that, all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious. dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
All right, y'all, this is taking forever. Do you guys want to keep this on or do you want to just end it? Because I know I'm getting tired of waiting. I'm trying to clean up and get stuff done, but I mean, I guess it's on you guys. What do y'all want to do? I mean, don't get me wrong. I like hanging out with you, but I don't want to be waiting all fucking day either. 1:30 is the time, so hold on. We got about 20 more minutes before court will be back in session. What'd I take down? No, I got struck today by Irish Steve-O from 2 years ago. So I countered it. I guess if we're going to go to court for it, we're going to go to court for it. So I hope he's willing to put his name on it. Take me to fucking copyright court. I didn't know we was playing the strike war, but I guess since we're on that, I better get started on mine, huh? Oh, Suey. Suey! You talk about disappointing. Shit. I didn't think Irish was on that shit, but okay, bub. Whatever, man. I ain't never had a problem with you at all, but all right. I guess what it is what it is. Tears what it is. Okay, you want me to leave this up or you want to take it down and start a new one or whatever? Because I mean, my voice is back. So we are going to be talking some shit today. Promise you that. My voice is fucking back, Jack. Voice for the hold on, voices behind the wall. Thank you for being here, Cher. I appreciate that, and thank you for the membership. And she gifted another membership. If you only all got him, please tell her thank you. Sarah Bailey, hope you're feeling better. Much love. Keep on fighting the good guy. Appreciate that, Sarah Bailey. Thank you, babe. Let's go to War Queen. Beehive Fallons, don't give up. I know that's right, baby. I know that's right. Shit, let her go. Let's go. How much clearer do I need to be? Let's go. Tisha, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, baby. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for showing love. Make sure you guys tell her thank you if you guys got one. That's really nice. I appreciate y'all being here. Even though there ain't shit going on, I appreciate you guys being here. Yes, Irish Steve-O. I thought we was cool. I guess not. Shit. I guess the fuck not. Cause you striking me from shit from 2 fucking years ago, bruh. Fuck you doing? And now we gotta go fucking I done counter-struck the shit. So I mean, unless you gonna fucking take me to court for copyright court, I don't know why the fuck you even did that dumbass shit. Cause it'll be right back up in 10 fucking days. It's the dumbest shit you can fucking do. But okay, whatever. Oh, I definitely feel better, and I'm definitely gonna be talking shit today. Like I said, I was ready yesterday, but my fucking throat wasn't having it. So that's all right. I got my fucking rest. I got some sleep, and I got some shit to fucking say today, and I'm definitely gonna be saying it. So smoke them if you got them. We will take a smoke break. I'll fucking cheers to that. Yeah, Cappy, can you fucking believe that? Irish fucking Steve-O striking me for a fucking 30-second goddamn clip. Are you fucking for real, bro? Really? I never thought he would fucking do no dumbass shit like that. Fuck. Stitching with the sisterlies. She said, screw stinky sewage. I'm done. Fuck that bitch. Little stinking ass bitch. Old jealous ass bitch. I'll get your eye drink fucking white clams and have to get drunk before I say something ass bitch. Let me stop because we're doing a trial, but I got. Matter of fact, I think we might just go ahead and do a bash for motherfucking cash because that's what you want to do, right, Sav? That's what you want to do, Sue? Sue, Rich? I think that's what we're going to do. Trina, nobody's ever fucking heard of him because he sits back and sits in the fucking cut, which like I said, I thought he was cool. I've never had no problem with him. He's always been straight as hell. Matter of fact, I mean, like I said, I didn't even, Didn't even fucking know what the fuck it was until I opened it up and seen his fucking name attached to it. Now that's some petty ass little baby bitch shit right there. Because he could have said, take it the fuck down, and I'd have took the motherfucker down. It wasn't even that fucking serious. The bitch was 2 years old. But okay. Fur Baby Mom gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sarah Bailey gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, baby. Thank you for coming through. If you guys got one, make sure you tell them thank you. Catherine, I really, really enjoyed Irish. Yeah, I did too. But apparently he's on some fuck shit right now. So, okay, it is what it is. I mean, nah, they ain't even watching old videos. See, when you play somebody's shit, it pops up in their copyright thing. So, I mean, I could be striking all kind of folks. You know what I'm saying? I really don't, though. I only fucking strike when it's necessary. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will. I'll strike in a fucking heartbeat if it's necessary. But I don't fucking strike somebody's bullshit from 2 years ago because somebody else is mad. I know that for a motherfucking fact. And the shit he fucking struck down. What makes it even funnier is it's a fucking bullshit ass little fucking 30-second fucking tune or some dumbass shit. So, matter of fact, I think it's about Dolly, to be honest, and his bullshit that he pulled with Summer Wells and shit. I don't really know, matter of fact, but I mean, either way, like I said, I countered the motherfucker, so it'll be back up in 10 days, and then I'll play it for y'all. Sarah Bailey in with a $5 super sticker says, fuck these claws. They call white claws, baby, but fuck them all. That's right. That's right. Someone's a little desperate for attention. Yes, she is. Yes, she fucking is. And because I'm not giving it to her, now she got her little friends coming to try it. Okay. All right.
All right. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel and that the attorneys for the state are present as well as Detective Lemons. Anything we need to take up before we bring in the jury? Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Please bring in the jurors.
Jurors entering. Jury room's clear, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Smith. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. The day is beautiful. I'm glad you had an opportunity to experience a little bit of that. I want to ask, has everyone been able to comply with the court's instructions? No one has spoken with anyone about the case, discussed the case, or had any, done any research? No. Okay, all right. Madam Parker, Ms. Parker?
Your Honor, the state would call our next witness, Dr. Darasol.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, will you tell the jury who you are and where you work, please?
Absolutely. My name is Laura, Lora, Darassaw, Darrisaw. I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI.
And what do you do at the GBI?
I'm a medical examiner at the GBI.
Will you tell the jury a little bit about your background, your education, your training to be a medical examiner?
Yes, ma'am. I received my Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I then received my medical doctorate degree from the Medical College of Wisconsin. Following that, I did 4 years of residency training in pathology at the hospitals of the Medical College of Wisconsin, which trained me to be a general pathologist. And then I did specialty training in pediatric pathology at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. And that was a 2-year fellowship. And then I did 1 year of specialty training in forensic pathology, and that was at the GBI through the Medical College of Georgia.
And how long have you been a medical examiner with the GBI?
Since 2004.
So about 20 years.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender Dr. Darassaw as an expert in forensic pathology at this time.
I'm familiar with Dr. Darassaw, there's no objection.
All right, the witness is so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And actually, I think it was 2002. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
2002.
22 years.
Yes.
All right. Can you explain to the jury just briefly what the duties of a medical examiner are?
So yeah, primarily the duties of a medical examiner are to examine people who have died in certain circumstances. Generally, the circumstances are that individual has died suddenly and unexpectedly, or has died from unnatural type events such as traumatic events. And the purpose of the role of the medical examiner is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy.
Tell them also what an autopsy is, since you mentioned that, please.
So an autopsy is an examination of a person who's died. There's two major components to the autopsy. The first component is the external examination. The external examination is very similar to the type of examination that we get when we go to the doctor as live people. We get our height and weight taken. The doctor examines our external body, and that's what the pathologist does. And then in an autopsy, there's also an internal component. And with the internal examination, the body is cut in such a manner as to remove the organs that are in the body cavities to evaluate those organs. And then, like I said, the purpose of doing the external and internal is determine the cause of death and then a manner of death.
And when you do an autopsy, what sort of clues are you looking for that can tell you the cause and manner of death? I realize that's a long list, but could you just give us some examples?
Yeah, sure. Briefly, so to even begin an autopsy, we begin with information about the death, the circumstances of the death. And that is the same as when we go to the doctor. We have to tell the doctor why we're there. We have certain symptoms. There's a reason for us to be there. And that's the same with an autopsy. There's always some degree of information of the circumstances of the individual's death that we have to start with. Some of those circumstances are obvious in terms of the cause of death. We know that a person has gotten shot, and so it's kind of obvious that they died of potentially a gunshot wound. And in that instance, the autopsy documents the wounds, provides vital information for court purposes in terms of getting the bullet, for instance. In some instances, a person may die in bed, and we get information from family members about their history, and then that may give us clues as to why they died. So we always have to start with some pieces of information concerning the circumstances of that death.
All right. And is looking at someone's medical history a normal part of performing an autopsy to see what sort of health they were in?
That's correct.
Moving to this specific case involving 20-month-old Quentin Simon, after remains were found in this case, do you recall being consulted by members of the district attorney's office?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did they come and meet with you and show you photographs of what there was as far as remains?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that those remains went to the FBI?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
To a forensic anthropologist?
Correct.
Okay. After the FBI was done, were the remains sent to your office?
Yes, following the FBI examination of the skeletal remains of this child, I did receive those skeletal remains, and my examination was limited because the FBI was primarily involved as anthropologists, and I'm not an anthropologist. So my involvement in terms of evaluating the skeletal remains was inventorying the bones that we received.
Now, in a situation where the remains are primarily bones, would you be able to perform an autopsy?
No, not in the sense of obviously what I've just described to you as a complete autopsy on an individual who, let's say, is an intact body. So when there's only bones, there's going to be very limited ability to be able to provide enough information to say how a person has died.
And so is it normal in the situation where the remains are basically bones for a forensic anthropologist to be consulted?
Yes.
I would like to talk to you about one specific potential cause of death, and that is what is commonly known as sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS, as people here are called. What is the medical term for that?
So SIDS is sudden infant death syndrome. That's the acronym for SIDS. And SIDS is actually a definition of a death. It's not anything that one finds in a child. So it's a very strict definition. SIDS is defined as a death in a child who's 1 year old or less, whereby the autopsy doesn't identify any specific cause of death. The autopsy doesn't identify an infectious disease process or trauma. So we call these negative autopsies. And so the autopsy is negative. In addition to that, the definition of SIDS also requires that the investigative information doesn't reveal any suspicious circumstances surrounding the death, or the investigation doesn't reveal any, for instance, in a sleep environment, not an unsafe sleep environment that may cause a child to asphyxiate or suffocate. So it's very strictly defined as being a negative autopsy in a certain age, 1 year old or less, in no suspicious circumstances.
So a 20-month-old child would be too old to fall under the definition of SIDS.
That's correct.
Give me just 1 minute. Just to go a little bit further regarding the skeletal remains, in this specific case, you were not able to perform any of your duties beyond just doing an inventory of the bones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this case, this wasn't just like remains found lying out somewhere. They had actually been in a landfill and had damage done to the bones.
Correct, subjected to, environmental damage as a result of being in the landfill.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jaroslaw. How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon.
So when you received the remains, you weren't able to conduct the normal autopsy, so you couldn't remove any of the organs or tissues or anything like that because you just didn't have them.
Correct.
And if I'm understanding correctly, did you receive any tissue samples or was it just the bones you received?
So in the inventory, everything came to us from the GBI, packaged in bags and multiple bags. Mostly everything was bones. There was small material that could not be definitively identified as organs or skin, but there was some degree of what we would identify as soft tissue.
Okay. So there was some soft tissue then?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform any testing or anything on that?
I did not know.
Okay. Were you asked to?
No, sir.
Okay. And I was just curious, you said that, of course, in this particular case, when you say you perform an external examination, I assume that means you would look at the body in its normal state in a normal autopsy, correct?
In a normal autopsy, yes.
Right. And that wasn't possible here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And same thing with the internal examination. Again, you'd see a normal body and you would be able to look, not trying to be graphic, but you'd split the ribs and the cranium and be able to pull the organs and tissues out as needed, correct?
Yes, we make the routine cuts to gain access to the organs in the body.
And again, you weren't able to do that here.
Correct.
But you also mentioned the other thing a minute ago to Ms. Parker, that you were told the circumstances surrounding the death. I'm curious, were you given any of the circumstances surrounding the death, or were you just given the bones and the tissue sample?
No, I knew the circumstances surrounding the death. Our office was initially informed of the death in October of 2022, that the child had been missing for a period of time, and then the skeletal remains had been, or some of them, the whole body was never recovered. Skeletal remains had been retrieved. I got the bones to look at. Basically, my looking at them was limited, and that was in March of 2023.
Okay. And you mentioned one thing to Ms. Parker too, was talking about asphyxia or suffocation. We understand 20 months old is a bit old for SIDS, correct?
Correct.
But it's not too old for us to asphyxiate, correct?
It depends on, asphyxia is a very broad term. So asphyxia can be choking on a foreign object, for instance, either a food object or a toy or something like that, or a child can be intentionally suffocated. So asphyxia is broad, and a 20-month-old is not too old for
Well, then let's break
that
it
in the
down.
broad sense.
Then let's break that down. What's the definition of asphyxia? So we can start there. Then.
Asphyxia basically means a lack of oxygen for a variety of different reasons. You may not get oxygen because of a certain position you're in, where your nose and mouth are obstructed. You may not be able to get oxygen because something is obstructing your airway if you choke on a piece of food or something like that. So it's very broad, meaning a lack of oxygen to the brain.
Basically, just means a lack of oxygen.
Correct.
It can be because you're choking. It can be because something lodged in your throat. It can be because somebody's strangling you. It can be for any of those reasons, but that's all asphyxia means, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and would it be, do you think it would be important for you to know that and you said the other thing you investigate when you're talking to Ms. Parker was about the sleeping area. Would that be something you would need to know for a 20-month-old death?
A lot less important in a 20-month-old because a 20-month-old is able to turn around in bed and move around. They're not as immobile in a sleeping environment as a younger infant.
And well, let's talk about that. At 20 months old, what is a normal 20-month-old's capabilities?
Generally 20 months old, they're able to walk. They're able to roll around in bed and turn from side to side and lift their head. So those are things that they can do.
And so they're ambulatory.
Correct.
They can move and they have their own mind about things, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular case, would it have been relevant to you to know that there was vomit in the playpen where the child was sleeping?
It would have been a piece of information. If I had a autopsy to perform on an intact body, the information about the scene itself would be information that we received that we would take into account.
Was that information passed along to you or no?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. And that being said, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Darisol.
Sure.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you. May she be excused?
She certainly may. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Marion Lemons. I think when we left off with our last fact witnesses before we moved into the expert witnesses, where we were at is that the team had found Quentin, right?
Yes,
And that was what day?
that was on November 18th.
In the days following November 18th, was the defendant interviewed one final time?
Yes, she was.
Before we get to that, I want to ask you kind of a few miscellaneous questions about some things.
Sure.
Okay. The first is a question about venue, and I may have hit this, but I just want to make sure. Have you reviewed the indictment in this case?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen that it alleges a number of false statements on a number of different dates?
Yes, it does.
Are you aware of all of those statements and where they were made?
Yes.
And were they all made in Chatham County?
Yes, they were.
It's for every false statement charged in the indictment.
Correct, yes.
Okay. There has been an exhibit admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 62, Circle K footage.
Yes, sir.
And which one of the two trips that night would that footage have been from, the first or the second?
It's her first trip that night.
Now, have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, I have.
And is it fair to say that it includes a bunch of different camera angles?
Yes.
Is there a camera angle in which you can tell exactly what it is that she purchases?
Yes, there is.
And how is it that you can see exactly what it is that she purchases during that?
Yeah. So it faces, the camera angle faces the register as well as what is being run up by the cashier. So you're actually seeing the receipt as it's actively being run up.
I'd like to display for you the portion of State's Exhibit 63 that I think you're talking about. So what I've done here is I've opened up the player that includes all this footage, and it's a whole bunch of camera angles, right?
Yes, it is.
In here, we've picked the register camera that you're talking about and made it full screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So sort of an overhead view of the register that she pays at?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us where on the screen we can see what it is that she purchases? And you can step down to do that.
Yeah. So on the left,
Walk us through it line by line, please.
on the left side of the screen, you see like an itemized list of what's occurring with the register, as well as a quantity. So our targets are right here. We have a natural light 25-ounce can. The quantity's changed to 2 cans. And then we have the cigarillos green, quantity changed to 2. And then, the driver's license scanned, and that's the transaction for Leilani's purchase that night.
Can you tell us where we are in the timestamp here?
So the timestamp that we're paused at right now is 10:29 p.m. on the 4th of October.
And I'm going to hit play from here and we'll just watch the transaction, okay?
Okay.
Is it moving or not? Did you hear what she said there?
I believe she asked for rellos or cigarillos.
Stop the playback at 10:31:22. Now, moving on to another miscellaneous item. Do you remember hearing Officer Schenker of the crime scene unit or forensics unit talking about the substance that was found in the back of the Dodge Journey?
Yes, I do.
Did you look back at the file to see whether you could figure anything out about what that was?
So in Schenker's testimony, and it was previously mentioned, we believed it was like a rice cereal. That's also what Ms. Leilani told us it was.
All right. And have you prepared an exhibit to address this issue?
Yes.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 94A and 94B. Do you recognize those two items?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe to us what they are?
94A is going to be a PowerPoint of what 94B's printout is. It's a collection of photographs with the rice cereal.
Okay, so 94A is the disc, 94B is the printout of that.
Yes.
All right. I would introduce this in as 94A and B.
No objection, Your Honor.
94A, B, or without objection.
Just need a moment here, Your Honor. All right. I think I've got this working right now. And I'm trying hard not to have to ask for a recess here because we're in the home stretch, okay? What is this first slide here show?
So this is a photograph of the back of the Dodge Journey that was taken on 10/6, and it's kind of just displaying the rice cereal in the back of the vehicle.
Appears to be pretty evenly and widely distributed.
Yes, it is everywhere.
Moving to the next slide, what is this that we're going to see here?
This is just a short clip of the interview that we conducted on 10/5, where she's explaining what that is in the back of her vehicle.
Now, just to make sure we're clear here, the date stamp in the top left corner says 10/6. Can you just, I'm not trying to catch you. I just don't want anybody to be confused.
Yeah, it's the 10/5 interview, but it's early in the morning on 10/6. So technically it's the next day.
Almost 5 minutes after midnight.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
You want to read?
I'd like to see it. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm sorry, I guess I haven't been fast for a minute. Almost made it through the whole thing.
Almost. All right. 5-10 minute break. We'll see how this goes. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, no research, don't discuss the case, and you're going to take a quick break.
Jury's exiting.
All clear, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We'll take a 5-10 minute break and see how it goes. All right. Thank you.
containers of the rice cereal, like baby rice cereal.
Moving on to the next slide, what is this image?
This is just a more clear view that Officer Schenker, it's a photograph that he took that night. And again, you're seeing the bar area and those two images of rice cereal, or two containers of rice cereal.
The next slide, what have we done here? Just zoomed in on that one?
Correct.
Okay. And then the final slide, what is this?
This is just a Google image of what we were previously looking at.
Okay. Gerber cereal for baby rice type?
Yes.
Okay. So those two canisters were out there on the tiki bar when police first arrived.
Correct.
And the defendant had told you she took them inside like a month ago.
Yes.
Or more than a month ago.
Yes.
Any reason you know of that those things would be outside?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
No further questions on this exhibit. Let's talk about the final interview of the defendant. What was the date again?
Her final interview was on November 21st
And where was it conducted?
at the FBI office.
By this time, Quentin had been found on November 18th.
Yes, he had.
And at this point, had you taken out warrants, at the time of this November 21 interview, had you taken out warrants for the arrest of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Now, were y'all bringing her in there in part at least to notify her that the remains had been discovered?
Yes.
And did she know that before she entered the interview room with y'all and was told that?
That the remains were discovered? No.
Did she know before the interview began, though, that she was being arrested?
She assumed so, yes.
Okay. And y'all had, who did y'all correspond with to get her in that day to the FBI office?
Yep. Her mother, Billy Joe.
And she had been told that the defendant was being arrested that day, right?
I don't believe we told Billy either. I believe they both just assumed that's what was happening that day.
Okay. Where in the FBI office did the interview take place?
It's in the interview room, which is in like the front corridor area.
Now, is it fair to say that this was the first interview in which she was not free to leave?
Yes.
It was in police custody at this point.
Yes, she was.
Given that, did you all, at the outset of the interview, advise her of her Miranda rights?
Yes.
Did you advise her of her right to remain silent?
Yes. There's a form that we read to her, and we provided her with one to read as well.
Did she indicate to you that she understood all those rights?
Yes, she did.
Did she have any questions about any of them?
I don't believe she did, no.
And did you all ask her whether she would waive those rights and agree to speak to you?
Yes.
And did she do that?
Yes, she did.
And was that agreement memorialized on the form that you've discussed?
Yes.
And did she also memorialize her understanding of each of her rights by initialing next to each one of them?
Yes.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 80. You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is the FBI's template format for advice of rights. This is the document that I believe Agent Solomon read to her and explained prior to this interview.
And were you present for that?
Yes, I was.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 80.
Can I look at it real quick, Judge, just to make sure? I think I've seen it before. Okay. I think I've seen it. but I just wanna make sure. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 80 is admitted.
Now, how long roughly was this interview in its entirety?
Almost 3 hours.
I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
No.
Okay. Did it, like some of the other interviews we've heard about, start with this kind of long period of rapport building?
Yes, it did.
And eventually, did you all get into the substance of that?
Yes.
Have we prepared a disc containing a few excerpts from this interview?
Yes.
And do those excerpts capture essentially what her story was for that day?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is a collection of the November 21st interview. It's a CD.
Series of excerpts?
Yes.
Do you remember how many total?
There's 3.
Okay. And what, could you just kind of describe to us what the 3 excerpts are, if you remember?
Sure.
And if not, we can just start all through.
Yeah. So the first one is going to be kind of the initial conversation that we had about cocaine. In this video, you will see Leilani telling us what cocaine does to her, what she's learned, through some of the counseling that she's had. She'll talk about how she's, experienced delusions, change in emotions while high on cocaine. And we're discussing whether or not that's what happened that night. The second clip is Leilani changing the trash story. She's talking about how there's now 2 bags of trash, and we're discussing whether or not Quentin was in one of those bags of trash. The third clip is us confronting Leilani on how many stories she's told us over the last 2 months and why she told these stories.
Now, what was kind of her core claim on this day about what she remembered about the Azalea trip and the time period leading up to it? What was she saying to you on this day?
The majority of the time, she's saying that she doesn't remember the Azalea trip. She only remembers returning home, specifically going over the railroad tracks right before she gets to her residence. There's also other times where she says specifically that she was throwing away just trash, shrimp pasta, while at Azalea.
Did this claim that she was making to you about just not remembering anything from like 11 something to when she was driving home from Azalea sometime around 1:20 onward in the morning, did this to you conflict with things she had told you before?
Yes, and in the same interview.
Okay. Do the clips on this disc fairly and accurately depict the portions of this interview that you're describing?
Yes, they do.
Other than it being excerpts cut out of a larger file, has it been altered or modified in any way that you know of?
No.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 81.
Can we approach on this exhibit real quick? I just
Yes.
want to put something on the record.
Okay, we are back on the record.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hilliard. State's Exhibit 81 is admitted without objection.
Before I hit play, where are you in here?
I'm right next to Agent Solomon, to her right, but I am off camera. Occasionally you'll see my arm. But majority of the time I'm off camera.
This is the first file on the disc. It is 20 minutes and 1 second in length, and I'll play that now.
The only substance I ever consume alcohol. So I know one drink versus several drinks feels. So how does like the equivalent of that? Like if you had your normal, like what does it feel like when you tripled your normal? Honestly, goes by quickly. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're discombobulated a little bit. If that makes sense. You're so high, you kind of lose touch with reality. So how does that usually feel? Like what? It's almost like that tunnel vision, focus on this one thing, down, getting high. Yeah, so everybody can have more. You're just focused on that one thing. But when you get that high or whatever, you start, as I said, like, I didn't know the shit that made sense. It's like delusions in your own mind, but you lose touch with reality. Like, are you seeing things, or your brain is just like making up stories? Your brain makes up shit, and you end up doing things like, you don't even remember like getting up and making up eyes. That happens a lot. There's plenty of times that I woke up in the past and like there's, there were cars going somewhere else. I just don't know who would have. And I wasn't terrified. I like Danny for like feeling out like when I was on stage or something. I swear up and down that he did. But you think it was you when you were just on? It's a possibility. Now that I know the effects, the extent of the effects that it can have on your brain, putting souls into your brain. How long does that last? Like that particular feeling. Just right there. Like it could be just 15 to 30 minutes, or how long? What does that this combo do? Makes you very energetic, very numb feeling, and you're having a lot of racing thoughts. Sometimes I hear things that it's not true. Right there. Sometimes you see things that's not there. But there are times that they don't eat like 10 people. You know, there's times that they're late for days on it. I'm not terrified with a kid. Me too as a kid. And honestly, I even tell you half the shit I said. However, I could even tell you half the shit I said, during those times. It's like, it's all a mixture of things, but I can't tell you what was going on. Will it come back later, or is it just like, it's almost like a dream. You might get bits and pieces here and there, but you never get the whole thing at the time. So it's not like a dream where you were kind of aware. Yeah, you get bits and pieces of it, and you never get the full. You're not sometimes like, you did this, and I'm like, no, I didn't. Yeah. Same thing happened when you get so high. So it's like, you just don't know. It's almost like the light is on. You know, you're not about it. Yeah. So like in hindsight, how do you think that's what happened? I think it's a possibility. So I was still crying in the class when they mentioned that, but some people get so high that their brain kind of just shuts down and they go, oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Because I went to class and sang and I just started crying and she was just like, what's wrong? And I was just like, I just don't know what to think anymore. And naturally just said, well, okay, things that I was doing what was happening. Yeah. Yeah. Cause you, I mean, it sounds like at least by like 1:30, you were pretty, at least alert enough to drive safely, and all that. So kind of been for very long if you did consider it like that, right? They say that it was lost between up to an hour to 2 hours, so that you can move and function like you're home. Even when you're headed home, but you're not. Yeah. Yeah. So by the time you get in, you kind of come out, your memory is getting clearer, and remember talking and operating car and going different places. It's kind of click back in. You make sure so you make sense of everything. But not care any sense of what happened before the process right now. Yeah. That makes sense. No, I don't know exactly what happened. Do you remember driving? I remember driving back. I remember driving back home. There's a whole drive there. I don't know if you feel like, do you remember any feelings or? I felt a lot of numbness. I feel college drugs. Honestly, they numb your feelings. They're not as suppressing. Yeah. They numb your feelings. They numb just everything. Your body in general. Your lips, your nose, your skin, everything is numb. Like that when somebody put their head in the sludge. You would have later. Later, yes. Just devastating. Everything I know is the same thing. Leilani, today and I have been here with you from the start. I think you know that. Yeah. Her and I have basically been attached to your family, and I think both of us have an emotional connection to what happened. Yeah. And everyone right here wants to know what happened. Yeah. You know, things happen. None of us were in that position, none of us are now. But the best way we can move forward is finding out that. And I don't want it to come down to some bad person telling us. I don't want there to be any guess. I'm tired of the stories from the media, and I'm sure you are. We don't know what they're going to say when it comes out that we found him. You know, and we've seen how they treated you for the last, almost 2 months. And without your side of the story, it's going to be whatever they want to say. I'm aware of that. I don't remember hearing him at all. I don't remember taking him to do anything like this. She's never coming back. I don't know. I don't want to have another life. There's something like that in that. It's like everything was just normal. I don't know, they all didn't understand exactly what I was in the car. What about the next morning? 20 minutes in fact. I don't know. Yes, he did. And I let people look at the thing, he wasn't here. I was reading that mistaken. I just started screaming and calling everybody for help. So when did you remember that stuff that happened? Which I think she means that it's right. Which is something. The dragon? Yeah. When I talked about it, I was pulling to me. I started early trust and just like you. I'm just scared, but I did something like that. Taking me to go do some drugs or pick up some drugs somewhere. I'm not looking forward. And, fuck what I did. I wish I would have been real because I did the hotel. I don't know what to do about the feeling I did about all these things about the drugs I was doing. It just baffles me. I don't understand. Well, they even made me do some crazy shit. I don't know. I mean, when you talked about like the delusions and things like that, or just Francie's mind, is there something things that you're not supposed to be, or like demanding some attention, is there something that he was a good baby? When I was trying to lay down, he would sit there and relax for the was that ever annoying or just kind of really distracting? It's cute, honestly. So I'm actually singing to myself. We would sit there and laugh about it, trying to stay up this night, sleeping and jump up, I'm peeking around the corner. I mean, I have 2 cats and I'm very together. I can't imagine 3 children and the stress of everything that happened that night. I can't sleep, there's so much worry. Yeah. I just want to love him so much. Like I was saying, that sometimes when people are drugs, when they realize they're not there, it goes in their lungs. And they just all of that. It's a hard thing to come to terms with. I think that what happened? what we called y'all about. Yeah, but we wanted to figure it out. I was down for it. Well, it sounds like the, eating part, at least in terms of removing it from allowing you to come from the outside in to help with that kind of thing too. Just kind of curious. So you woke up that morning, I was thinking obviously, and I remember, coming back from the event. When did things kind of click in that, with the orange album, the hood and all that? Like, I knew it was going through your head. I had working on the car, so it made sense. I thought it was sore. And the whole person I know very well, I was this. So that was the only thing that might make sense. That's why I don't know. So when she's like the only person I know other except to do more race to work with. Look, I don't think I saw that. Oh no. I don't know where stopping Mary. Really, we're coming back from the railroad tracks. Like the bones of the railroad tracks, so just stays not back in. Yeah. Do you remember going into it in there? Like the turn or anything? Hearing anything? Because you gave us pretty detailed story. I was looking about like 360 and I was just like, no show. I'm gonna go there, that's where it was. And I was like, how many must be? Or something, Yeah. Which doesn't make sense. Try to remember James and how did I don't they say so things can come out of dreams. I just don't remember dreams. You don't have no dreams or anything like that, I just don't understand it. What do you think people are gonna say when it comes out that we tell them? I'm sure. God knows exactly what I'm saying. Why can't you see that? There's no one to do it. It's not that I was planned out. It's not like I wanted to. Do you think that you may have? But anyway, things weren't planned out, and like you said, you worked really hard the last, month and a half to get clean and to recognize safe coping with cousins and that kind of thing. But, a lot of times the wrong things line up, and something happens, and you remember leaving the dumpster, which is exactly how we were found. We found him exactly in the middle of where we were looking, based on what you told us about coming to Grizzly and stopping at the dumpster. We wanted, because it was, so knowing all of that, knowing you're in a state and something happens and you try to fix it the right way. And I'm thinking somebody's tried to make it go away like it wasn't real. And then you woke up and realized it was real. But we know that that's what happened, and something you're gonna have to come on with, and that people have been very cruel. And the YouTuber culture and all that I had never experienced or seen. I had never seen anything like that. They're gonna make their own stories now. And so I really hope they, take it a second to just kind of think about what you know your story to be, for yourself. Because the only way you can find peace and you get yourself peace and move forward for all of you is to realize and acknowledge what happened. And like you said, there was no premeditation, there's no planning, and frankly, I think if you would plan things, it would have not gone that way, because it's not you know, but your actions from that night were brought us all here, and again, because we remember the trips to the dumpster is how we found, again, from head to toe, we found. So I really want you to did nothing close to the line. How? What I could possibly done, and I don't know what could possibly happened. And then I was just not a little girl, and I was gone. And I'm gonna found it. I don't know that today I'm going to tell you. You know, I was going to because I want to go to the race. I don't know what happened. I wish I knew what. I think we can all agree that something. We do figure out what happened. There's a lot of reasons some people right now. I know there's science on that. We're gonna see what they have to say. I really don't think that you wanted this to happen. There's a lot of light. And you know, there's still a reason. And even if Quentin's not here, he's still your reason. All three of them. And right now, the reason for Quentin that I think we all want to be. Yeah. This is what we know is going to happen. And now there's two of you that know that story. You know. And hopefully Quentin's able to tell us. And we really hope that you're able to know your own truth and kind of level, you know, your own action place, because there's no way for you to heal from it without being what they said and see it as what it is. Like you said, it wasn't this long-term ocean's 11 keeper of, you know, harming your child. You did harm your child, and you did it, you know, and that's just, it's just facts. It isn't under hid. It's hid. No. And I never lied to you about anything. I never said anything to you that I didn't know for a fact to be true. And I don't believe that you hid what you did in the dumpster because you had harmed him in some way for that. Wasn't fair. She knew that can come out. Like, how scary is it though to think that you have a scalp? So how you did it? And I asked her about what she thought I gave back. And she said, I'll stay if you were black out. You might put some indications. You're just like when somebody blacks out from any trauma. You might not. Yeah. You were interested in the process anyway. Mm-hmm. What's the last thing you remember before? Sailing good. And then it goes to driving back from Zoe. Did you see him in the bed right when you got home, or at some point, like you came home and zip line and you saw him? Yeah, he was like, so that was like the 10 something, 2 just remember you got home for that right trip. And that's your last memory all of that night, you know, and then yeah. I said I had a rubber dress.
Now, at the end there, what did she arrive at ultimately for the period of time for which she was claiming a total lack of memory?
She said the last thing that she remembered was looking at Quentin and then driving back from Azalea.
Looking at Quentin after the arc right trip.
Yes, and then blacking out and then coming back to it as she's coming back from Azalea.
And what was she saying in there about what caused her to start forming memories again on the way back from Azalea?
Hitting the railroad tracks.
Okay, so fair to say she's claiming something like a 2 hour plus total lack of memory.
Yeah, she would have gotten back from Arkwright shortly after 11, and then she gets back from Azalea around 1:30. So yes.
And is it fair to say that that period of time for which she's claiming the total lack of memory would encompass both the time period in which law enforcement believed the murder had occurred and the time period in which the disposal of Quentin's body had occurred?
Yes.
So just like the times of the crimes.
Yes, it is.
This next clip, what is this clip movie?
So this is us touching on her previous statement back on 10/12, where she's describing very vividly how she threw away the trash, and we're asking her to revisit that memory that she's had. And she's telling us that there's 2 trash bags, and then you'll hear me ask specifically whether or not Quentin was in those trash bags.
And does she outright deny that Quentin was in one of those trash bags?
She does not.
And this clip is later in time than the bit we just watched.
Yes, it is.
This is when y'all are kind of reminding her of her previous statements, which seem to conflict with what she's just told you about this total lack of memory.
Correct.
The story with Sam and Brad. There was a trash out there. Was that what Quentin was in? Before, there was like 2 nights later. I can't remember. I know there was 4 fingers. Anyone that was trying to get rid of him. Did you use a trash bag? I don't recall it, but I had a trash bag. Oh, I don't recall nothing from before I left their house or from there.
Did we hear you? She said there was a trash bag in there, right?
Yes.
And then you said, "Is that what Quentin was in?"
Yes.
Is that right? And at that point, did she say, "Well, there were 2 trash bags"?
Yes.
And did we hear you ask her, "Did you use a trash bag?"
Yes, I did.
And by that, did you mean, did you use a trash bag to dispose of Quentin's body?
Yes.
And was her answer to that, "I don't remember grabbing a trash bag"?
That was her answer.
In other words, she didn't say, "Well, hold on, I didn't dispose of his body."
She did not say that.
Mr. Dean, how long is this study for?
It is about 3 minutes, rather.
Okay.
Or this should be the third one. Do you remember what it is that we're going to hear in this clip, more or less?
So we're challenging her on her many stories throughout the last 2 months, and why she said these stories to us if she didn't have a memory, why she constantly changed, what happened that night, who went out to Azalea. It's kind of just our last crack at trying to find out what really happened.
Leilani, why did you tell us several times different stories?
I'm trying to wrap my hand on it. You said it was 2 times that Brad sat there. And told me that I came on the side. Like, mother, isn't it? And then he watched me. I had no memory, so I knew exactly where I know it was trash. Right now, it makes sense of this. It's totally, original. And when he said there was no way to go original, I think it was the other theory.
Which is?
The house, totally trash. We get out of the house first. Wait, Daddy.
But we know now that that trip to genitalia. Quinn was there. So go back to that scene that you made, so sitting on breath. You remember seeing the trash bag, looking into it? I didn't look into it. How tired it was. Right. So you didn't actually look into it? The only thing I could do was split food. You were pretty restricted though. Because we had the smell of the exploded like shrimp pasta. Not even the smell. It's the same smell that we had when we took it out of the fridge and threw it away. So we were wrapping it up. I never timed that trigger so I could throw it in there. It wasn't heavy at all. Leilani, really. Do you remember him being in the trash bag? We know at this point he was. I don't remember that. I don't remember him being in the bag. I don't remember leaving the house with him. I don't remember all that. I don't remember that. Why did you tell us all the story about just all of these stories pretty much? I'm trying to make sense of it myself. He was the one that was the one to say, I saw you in the trash and throw it away. And let me show you something. It's gonna help, but what Evelyn's asking right now. This is a very fraction, small fraction of the mountain. What that looks like at home is trash. And everything's so black and gray that is trash. You see how little those people are. Do you think that we could have found him if we didn't know that you put him in the dumpster and we knew exactly where that dumpster went? Yeah.
Did we hear her say the word theory at some point in there?
That's what she refers to it, yes.
What was the theory thing? What was she saying?
She's saying that every time that she lied to us was her sharing her latest theory.
In other words, she wasn't claiming that she was making factual statements about what happened. She was saying she was just kind of throwing out theories.
Yes.
She was describing was she describing the Oragel story as just a theory that she had proposed?
Yes.
And was she saying that she had only proposed it because, well, she had come to and found Oragel and was trying to figure out how?
Yeah, she said she found it in her vehicle and that's the only thing that made sense to her.
And did she describe her story about throwing away trash as just a theory that she had come up with in response to Brad asking her whether she had thrown away trash?
Yes.
Now, I want to just ask you about a couple features of these prior stories that she's referring to as theories, okay?
Okay.
You talked to her on October 5th when she first launched the Oragel story, right?
Yes, I did.
Did this story include who she had gotten it from?
Yes, it did.
Did it include where she had gotten it?
Yes.
Did it include when she had gotten it?
Yes.
Did it include why she had wanted it and obtained it?
Yes.
Did it include details such as how many tubes of Oragel she got and how many were open already and how many were unopened?
Yes.
The story about throwing away trash that she gave to Special Agent Snyder and Special Agent Solomon on October 12th, did that include such details as specifically what the trash was?
Yes, it did.
What it smelled like?
Yes.
How long it had been in the car?
Yes.
When she first registered the odor of the trash?
Yes.
What kind of trash bag it was?
Yes.
What color the ties on the trash bag were?
Yes, it was a very vivid story.
An admission to having looked inside the trash bag before throwing it away.
Yes, she said that.
An estimate of how much the trash bag weighed.
Yes.
And statement about the exact physical mechanics of how many hands she used to put it in the dumpster.
Yes.
You had either conducted those interviews or observed them prior to this interview, right?
Correct.
Did any of those things sound like mere theories to you at the time that she said them?
No, they did not.
Now, in this interview, particularly in the first bit we watched, the 20-minute bit, Was she asked at some point by you? I think we can all agree that something did happen.
Yes,
And did she nod her head yes in response to that?
yes, she did.
Was she asked, do you think you may have killed him or something to that effect?
Yes,
And is it the case that she was just not able to give an answer to that or just didn't really say anything?
that's correct.
Was she, at some point, did Special Agent Solomon say, you harmed your child and hid him, or words to that effect?
Yes, she said that.
And is it fair to say that the defendant just did not affirmatively dispute that? She didn't say, no, I didn't.
She did not.
And separately, did Special Agent Solomon say, you hid him in the dumpster because you had harmed him in some way?
She said that.
And did she also fail to dispute that statement?
Yes, she did.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
I do, Judge, but I was gonna say this might be a decent time for a little break in case it takes a minute.
The time now is 2:36. Let's just take a few minutes to shift. Let's make it about 10 minutes. That will be 2:46. All right. All right. We're in recess.
Jury is exiting.
Thank you, Smith. And with that, we're in recess. Thank you.
So we're on a short break. I appreciate y'all being here. Or, well, sticking around anyways for the short break. Because I was ready to cut it off 2 hours ago.
Let the record reflect that attorneys are present. Ms. Simon is with both her counsel. And so, Mr. Hilliard, are you ready for cross-examination? Okay, is the state ready to proceed as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please bring in the jurors.
Jurors entering.
It appears that everyone is not ready. So the jurors who are present, if you'll go back to the deliberation room, that's fine. On second thought, it appears that things are working out.
Jury room is clear.
All right, excellent. Do y'all want to change the order?
Yes.
I can tell that was going to be a thing. Everybody, please have a seat. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move now to further testimony. Okay, and no one discussed the case or did any research? All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
To the beginning for that reason, okay? Give me 1 second. I picked up the wrong pad. So you arrived on scene at 10:30 on October 5th, correct?
No, after 12.
After 12? Okay. And how long were you on scene on October 5th?
On scene, probably about an hour.
All right. And at what point in time did you take Miss Simon, Mr. Youngkin, and Mr. Simon over to the precinct that day?
I asked one of the patrol officers and some of the detectives to have them transported probably within that hour.
So probably around 1 o'clock then. But just trying to get a general idea.
Yes.
So on October 5th, around 1 o'clock, all three of them went over to, I guess it's the police.
The
precinct?
headquarters?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And how long were they there on October 5th?
Until about 2 a.m. the following day.
So about 13 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
And over the course of the trial, we've seen a number of interviews during this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you were also speaking with, I'm going to assume, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, you're speaking with Miss Simon, Mr. Youngkin, and Mr. Simon, as well as others at the time, but those were the three main ones, right?
That our team spoke with, yes.
Yes. Okay. So that was 13 on the 5th to the 6th. When did you next speak with Miss Simon or have your team speak with Miss Simon?
We were in communication with her for probably the next 2 weeks, almost every day.
Every day? When you say ran communication, I guess that means phone calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when was the next, I guess, in-person interview?
October 8th,
And how long was that one?
almost 2 hours.
And that was at CCPD as well?
No, that was at the FBI office.
And 1 second, I'm running out of room here quickly. And when was the next one after that?
October 12th.
And how long was that one and where was that?
That was almost 2 hours as well, and that was at the FBI office.
And during this time frame too, this is the phone call? You still having phone calls during this 2-week time frame?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's 13 hours on the 5th, 2 hours on the 8th, 2 hours on the 12th. When exactly was the hotel room video and audio?
What part of it?
The actual time they were in the hotel room when y'all were videotaping it.
The 8th and 9th.
That was October 8th to 9th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during the same time frame, you were wiretapping Daniel Youngkin's phone from, I think, around the same time, October 8th or 9th, for about 60 days, right?
Yes.
Intercepting all of the phone traffic between him and her.
Yes.
And just, not that it matters, a rough estimate is even after you arrested Miss Simon, you still intercepted his phone calls between them, correct?
Yes.
So that was at least, generally speaking, between October 8th, 2022 to December 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's going on at the same time the other interviews are going on, right?
Yes.
So October 12th, I'm sorry, was the next in-person interview. When was the next interview that your team did of Miss Simon at that point?
After October 12th?
Mm-hmm.
October 31st.
All right. And how long was that one and where was that?
That was at the FBI office, and I believe that one was also probably 2 hours.
2 hours. Okay. And the next one after that?
Would be her final interview when she was arrested.
And what day was that?
That was on November 21st.
And that one was how long?
3 hours.
And so October 5th to November 21st, were you still in constant contact with her?
The team was.
The team was. And by the team, you mean yourself, Agent Solomon, Agent Schneider, and anyone you delegated to do that, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, and you said that on, I think it was November 21st, she expected to be arrested when she came in, correct?
Yes.
And you asked her to come in, correct?
Yes.
And she came in, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, we've seen some of the excerpts here that you put up here today. Now, let me ask you this. What interrogation technique were we just witnessing on this particular video?
Conversation.
All right. Well, you said you don't have a name for it, but you've gone to the academy, correct?
Yeah.
And you were trained in interrogation techniques, correct?
Yes.
And what interrogation techniques were you trained in?
I don't have the name for the techniques. My way of doing it is just making sure I have the full story. And if I don't understand anything in somebody's story, I just keep asking questions until I do.
Okay. So in this particular technique, though, which we just witnessed, and we've seen the entire time, is it safe to say that you're putting individual stressors on the interview subject?
In which interview?
All of them.
It depends on what you would say is a stressor. We're talking about her dead child, but
Okay, well, and that's my follow-up question. Wouldn't you think speaking about that would be a stressor?
Yes.
Okay, and wouldn't you think that speaking about that would evoke an emotional response?
Yes.
Okay. And you seem to have had opinions about that emotional response, but what have you been trained that is the appropriate emotional response? Do you have a level?
Can you restate your question?
I can. So if you are overly hysterical, then you're overly hysterical. If you are not hysterical enough, then you're not hysterical. How do you gauge the appropriate response level to your questioning for you to be satisfied? What's the right answer? What could ever be the right answer?
For what appropriate reaction she had?
Yes.
I'm basing that on previous interviews I've done with families that have lost their children.
Right. But every individual is different, are they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this particular case, a number of times Mr. Dean has asked you a number of questions and you said it wasn't emotional enough or it was too emotional, hysterical. And how do you make that determination? What is the appropriate objective standard by which you can judge that?
I believe I focused on the October 5th interview when she would do the screaming and yelling portion.
And that was when you made your decision, correct? October 5th?
Decision about what?
As to how and where you were going to focus your attention in this investigation.
No.
Okay. Then when did you decide that Ms. Simon wasn't your prime suspect?
She was our prime suspect, you mean?
I said, when did you decide that she wasn't? If you said you didn't do it on October 5th, okay, so you're saying she wasn't your prime suspect on October 5th?
No, we looked at all three of the adults in the residence as possible suspects.
Okay. So that being said, you looked at all three of the adults. Did you ever look outside of the residence as a possible suspect?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do to pursue any of that?
Outside the residence?
Mm-hmm.
So we did a canvas, as we've previously talked about.
Right.
No leads came up with that of any suspicious persons around the residence. We set up the tip line that did not prove any other suspicious persons. We spoke with probably every single family member of this family in Savannah. None of those had any guesses on who it could be, including the three people that lived there.
And let me ask you this about your interviews with Ms. Simon. All of the interviews, she was free to walk away or not engage in those interviews, correct?
Until the final one.
The final one was a little bit different, correct? Because you already had one.
Yes.
Okay. So and even knowing that, she still came to that one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Dean asked you a question about whether or not she denied something, but not denying something is also not admitting something now, is it?
No.
They're not the same thing, are they?
No.
Okay. So, and my recollection was, I don't think she's ever, in any of the interviews, admitted to harming Quentin, has she?
No.
Now, in the last interview, at that point in time, had you ever determined a manner or cause of death for Quentin Simon?
I have an opinion on how he died.
I didn't ask you your opinion. I've asked you if you determined, has a doctor made a medical determination as to manner, method, or time of death?
No, due to the remains, we were unable to find that.
So that's no. Okay. And that being said, when you were interviewing Miss Simon on that last particular day, you focus on a lot of things that weren't said, but she never said that she killed Quentin, and she never said that she disposed of his remains, did she?
She said she did not remember.
Okay. Now, you said you have an opinion, but opinions are just that. They're not based, they're just your opinions, right? I have opinions, you have opinions. People have opinions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And opinions are not evidence, are they?
No.
That's all the questions I got, Judge.
No redirect, Your Honor.
State may call its next witness.
May we have a moment, please, Your Honor? Your Honor, subject to verifying that all of the evidence that we've offered has been formally introduced and admitted, the state rests this case.
And so with that, jurors, I'm going to ask you to return to the deliberation room at this point.
Jurors are exiting.
Jurors are clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. Everyone may have a seat. Okay.
Our
Yes.
exhibits, and we should have exhibits 1 through 94, and 94 is an A and B in evidence, with the exception of 83.
Microphone.
Sorry. What I was saying was the state should have exhibits 1 through 94, which is an A and B exhibit in evidence, with the exception of state's exhibit 83.
So 1 through 94, A and B, but not 83.
Not 83. We just wanted to verify that with the clerk.
Thank you, too. Thank you. Mr. Clerk? Madam Clerk. Okay, and that's what you show is in evidence.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And then, is there any motion by the state? Excuse me, by the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Purse?
Here, let me give Mr. First the microphone, Judge.
Just a moment before you begin, Mr. Purse.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to focus my argument as to a motion for directed verdict. Just so we're all on the same page, I'm focusing on counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm going to take them kind of in separate batches and then all together with my final thought.
All right.
With respect to counts 1, 2, and 3, that allege that Leilani Simon committed malice murder and felony murder of Quentin Simon, the defendant moves for a directed verdict of acquittal. First, there's no direct evidence to support these claims. The state has presented theories and its conclusions, but has presented no direct evidence that Leilani Simon committed these crimes the way they're charged in counts 1, 2, and 3 in the indictment. I think the medical examiner's testimony is significant. She expressed no opinion about the manner of death, the cause of death, the time of death, and even as an expert in her field, couldn't even express an opinion that Quentin Simon died as a result of the commission of these crimes. That leaves us with circumstantial evidence in Georgia, and I'm quoting Official Code of Georgia 24-14-6, quote, to warrant a conviction on circumstantial evidence, the proved facts shall not only be consistent with the hypothesis of guilt, but shall exclude every other reasonable hypothesis, save that of the guilt of the accused. With respect to the circumstantial evidence argument connected to the murder claims, again, the medical examiner testimony is extremely significant because what it presents and what it leaves out raises lots of hypotheses as to what happened to Quentin Simon, and does not only establish the guilt of Leilani Simon as alleged in the first 3 counts of this indictment. With respect to count 4, that alleges concealing the death of another. Concealing a death is against the law in accordance with Official Code of Georgia 16-10-31, which provides that a person is guilty of this offense, and I'm paraphrasing the statute, when a person conceals the death of any other person and does so to hinder a discovery of whether or not such person was unlawfully killed. In this instance, the medical examiner's testimony again failed to establish that Quentin Simon's death was the result of any unlawful act. Basically, all 4 counts of this indictment, I should say, is grounded in a bunch of theories and the state's speculation and conclusions. With respect to that, in suggested pattern jury instruction 1.20.20, Georgia law provides that facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a suspicion or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. At this point, the state's evidence is grounded in speculation and grave suspicion, but not on facts and not on evidence. On behalf of Leilani Simon, we move for a directed verdict of acquittal with respect to counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Purse. All right, Mr. Dean.
Your Honor, I'll be brief. We've presented sufficient evidence for the jury to find, based on both circumstantial and direct evidence, that the defendant is guilty of all 4 of those counts. The Wyatt case is clear that when we allege that certain facts are unknown, such as manner of death or certain other facts in the murder counts, that those become material allegations that we have to prove. And I think that Mr. Purse's understanding of the medical examiner's testimony is exactly backwards. It does not support a directed verdict on any of these counts. In fact, it was offered to prove the material allegation that certain facts are unknown. And it does that. We've said in the indictment that she killed them in a manner unknown to the grand jury. And that was the point of calling the medical examiner to say, I couldn't do an autopsy because of the condition of the remains. And so we've proven that. Circumstantial evidence does, a circumstantial case does have, the evidence does have to exclude all reasonable theories other than guilt. And we've done that by presenting affirmative evidence that there was no medical event. There was no accident. The defendant was asked repeatedly about that and denied it each time. And further, her actions after the fact were totally consistent with any type of accident. There are only so many ways to die, and we've excluded all of them, but in intentional act of violence that resulted in Quentin's death. In concealing the death, it requires that you conceal the death of another such that it hinders, such that you hinder the investigation into whether the person was unlawfully killed. I don't know whether there's ever been a more straightforward body of evidence in support of a concealing the death charge. I could go on. I hope and doubt that the court needs me to. So I'll wrap it up with that here.
All right, thank you very much. I am going to find that based on the argument made by the state, the court finds that there is sufficient evidence that has been presented for the jury for the charges in the indictment to be considered. So motion for directed verdict is denied. All right. Are there any other motions from the defense?
You probably need to engage in the colloquy at this point, Judge.
We do. So I'm going to ask Ms. Simon to come up to the witness stand. And before going to the witness stand, if you'll be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Please swear.
The evidence you shall give the court on the issue pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Simon, just have a seat on the witness stand, please. All right.
You want me to do it?
I'm going to start out with Ms. Simon. Ms. Simon, please state your full name.
Leilani Marie Simon.
Okay. And you're doing the right thing, just talking to the microphone so the court reporter can get it. I think you've heard me give that instruction a couple of times.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand that you have a right to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
And that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that no one can make you testify? No one can compel you to testify. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have the right not to testify if you don't want to. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one who decides whether or not you will testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you do not testify, that upon proper request by you, the court will instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, the court will instruct if you decide not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the assistant district attorneys in AUSA?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you feel a need to have any additional time to consider whether or not you will testify?
I've been given plenty of time by my attorneys, notified weeks ago about this.
Do you need any time to talk with him in private about this?
No, ma'am.
And so do you personally wish to testify or not?
I do not.
And with that, I find that the defendant, Leilani Simon, has decided not to testify with a complete understanding of her rights.
Yes,
Before you step off the stand, are there any further questions?
Just to follow up. Is anyone forcing you to not testify or to testify?
No, sir.
Your choice is made freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
You've had adequate time to speak with me and Mr. Person about your choice, correct?
Plenty of time.
Okay, just have to make sure. All right, and that's the only questions I had, Judge.
All right. Ms. Simon, you may step down.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Hilliard is taking some time to speak with Ms. Simon in private at the table.
If I could just have a couple minutes there, because I want to go back in the back and explain to her. She had a couple of questions about what happens next, and I probably need a few minutes away from everybody to go talk to her.
Let's do that. It's about 10 till, I can't tell the time by that clock. It is 3:20. Okay, so let's step off until about 3:30 or so. Okay, we're in recess.
Baby, you should take it slow.
Okay, could you get Ms. Simon, please? Okay, so we're back on the record in SBCR 22-03364J6. Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, counsel for the state is present as well as Detective Lemons. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jury back in? Okay.
Is the plan then to bring the jury out and have the defense dressed and present?
Yes.
Send the jury home and talk about charges?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That was so succinctly put. Thank you. Bring in the jurors, please.
Jury room is clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. There were no discussions about the case or research? All right, very well. Mr. Hilliard?
Yeah, the defense rests.
All right, thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to release you for the evening. There are some legal matters that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury. I'm going to have you come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. Please continue to follow the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case. Don't let anyone discuss the case. Do not do any separate research. Okay? All right. Very well. Thank you very much.
Jury's exiting.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Thank you, Smith. Okay. So I've received, of course, the request to charge from the state and from the defense. I've had an opportunity to review both sets, and do we have a copy? Okay. So I'll have a proposed set for you to take a look at. We can go through those and see where we stand. I'm having the jurors return tomorrow at 10 o'clock, just in case we needed to take up anything earlier than that. I expect us to begin at 9 o'clock. And it may very well be, there are a couple of the counts we had some issue with in coming up with what the charge should be. And so that may take some thought. I certainly would like to hear what you have to say. Let's get those requests to charge to you in just a minute or two, and then we can go through one by one. All right, with that, we're in brief recess. Allow the jurors an opportunity to leave.